Hello everyone, welcome to the first Broxus Elysium Hackathon, that takes place in this beautiful city of Belgrade in Serbia. So it's a pleasant and lovely sunny day outside, but we preferred to stay inside this day because it's very hot. Before we start, actually just a few words about the hackathon and about how it will be going on. So today is the day when we will tell you about the Everscale, which is a network we are mostly building our products on. We will tell you about our own products and what Broxus is, what we are doing and who we are. Next, we will have two presentations specifically for developers, explaining how the solidity for Everscale works actually and what's the difference with the Ethereum one, for example. And last but not least, we will tell you about the architecture of the OctusBridge, which is our focus product for today's hackathon. We will make a break in between, somewhat about 3 p.m. Just for you to have snacks and also communicate with each other. And we are also looking into completing all the teams for hackathon until 5 p.m. today. So please, if you don't have the team yet, or you don't understand what you want to do, or maybe otherwise you have your own idea and you need some team members, so don't hesitate to add to our Discord server and communicate with others. So those who are offline, so we have Anthony here, who is completing all the teams, and if you have any doubts, please feel free to come to him and yeah, decide whatever. We are opening this hackathon, this pleasant day, with opening presentation about the Everscale network. This is the blockchain of the 5th generation, which was developed more than 2 years ago with it's not working, guys. Yeah, so it was developed more than 2 years ago by a group of institutionals who decided to create a network, a blockchain that really is able to face the difficulties that appearing nowadays, especially you all remember all these cases with Ethereum, with Solana. So when even a few applications, a few high-load applications could stall the whole network. Those initial members of the network, they did tremendous work to polish everything and build the most scalable network to date. So for now, it's the fastest, I'm not afraid of saying this, the fastest network to date. We have made a really thorough test, the real-time test on the network last year, where we had 400 validators stressed with extreme workloads, with different slashing mechanisms and so on and so forth. And we managed to break the world record with 54,000 transactions per second, sorry. This is to date actually what Solana has promised, but it never reached this figure. Also, Everscale supports, of course, the Turing-complete smart contracts, and we have compilers in Solidity and C++, so most of the EVM developers can much easier on board to programming for Everscale. It has a lot of user features, a lot of configurations that allow network to be really scalable. It allows creation of custom workchains. I will speak about this a bit later, with custom set of configurations and even its own set of validators. And last but not least, the transaction fees on the network is extremely cheap, and it will be even cheaper in future thanks to new consensus and new upgrade of node software that's coming in a few months. So you can see here, actually how Everscale is built. It has a master chain that serves as an index for blocks that are finalized in the workchains, and the number of these workchains can be extremely big, and also each work chain can also shard in almost infinitely, so you can see the scale up to which it can shard. It's to power of 60. It's theoretical estimation, of course. There is no such application in the world that will require such workloads, but even theoretically, so we can reach the throughput of 1 million TPS. Thanks to Everscale architecture, so it can scale the workload linearly. So meaning that if you add more throughput, you just add new validators, and the network starts working more and more productive. And also, of course, as soon as network splits, so it means that each shard operates independently until it's merged back, and even if anything goes wrong with one specific shard, all the smart contracts deployed in other shards, they can easily continue to work. Everscale uses the BFT proof of stake consensus now, and we plan to migrate to even more advanced soft majority fault tolerant POS consensus soon. So currently the new upgrade for node software is being developed in this very moment, and hopefully we will see it within a couple of months. And it will give us even more stability and the possibility to scale the network even more. Actually, how the network works is that you have independent validators, so anyone can raise this validator. He just needs to ensure that there is a minimum stake of something like 700,000 Evers, which is a native currency of the network, pretty much like Ether is the one for Ethereum. And but it's not obligatory to do it yourself, because the fancy feature of the network is the usage of specific smart contracts called D-pools that allow you to collect money from the audience, and you just need to provide the minimum stake for your validator, and all the rest to grab from the community. These D-pools later they are transferring your stakes to the central smart contract called Elector, so which then runs the auction for validators. Currently, there are over 200 of live validators, and the number is growing daily. So yeah, so actually with our efforts on promoting Everscale also in Asian markets, especially on the Middle East, we are seeing a lot of newcomers, a lot of new validators coming into the network. So hopefully, we will see a lot of new fancy projects to appear on Everscale after this hackathon. Also, what we have focused on doing since the very start of the network is to make it very well connected to all other existing networks, because we clearly understand that the majority of the developers, especially blockchain developers, are currently working on EVM chains, especially, and on the new generation chains like Solana, Polkadot, Near, and certain others. And we have selected the most popular ones and have created bridges to them. So you can see just a number of networks that are connected. Ethereum goes by default. Of course, it's not even specified here, but it was the first bridge built to Ethereum. But also we enjoy the bridge with Polygon, Phantom, Avalanche, BNB, Milkomeda, Cardano, Tezos. So and two more bridges are coming to Solana and to Near. We are making this connectivity in such a way that developers can continue doing the apps on any of their preferred networks, but as soon as they need the cross-chain feature for the business processes or for the functionality, so they can easily use OctusBridge and Everscale on the backend to reach this with a really minimum cost. Also, it is governed in a decentralized fashion, so meaning that there is no single vector of attack on the network, and it is quite difficult now almost impossible to reach the 70 plus something percentage of control over the network to do anything you want with it. So it's almost impossible. Just a few figures to show you about the network. So we are coming to a new record on the network of 800,000 accounts, live accounts that are working on the network, and I just posted the previous record of 750, maybe one or so week ago. So you see we are almost grown by additional 40,000, and hopefully we will reach 800,000 by end of next week. There are 38 million of ordinary transactions. So I'm specifically indicating this because these are transactions created by the smart contracts and by users who are doing the transfers or purchasing some NFTs or doing the thing in different games, because there are a lot of also ordinary service transactions like TikTok transactions that are helping contracts to function, and if we count those, so it will be over 120 million of transactions actually reached on the network. As I said, more than 200 validators now here, and 54K TPS throughput. We have officially launched the mainnet back in May 2020, so we are more than 2 years in production, and recently we have celebrated the 2 years of Everscale in Indonesia. So we have had a great party over there. So I really expect the next year, so and everyone please come. So also we have a lot of cool stuff going on our celebrations, and what I have said, so the transaction cost for running anything on Everscale is extremely small. So even now, so you can see that the ordinary transaction costs you less than $1,000. So speaking about the features, I mostly covered all of them, so just let's move further. As I said, Everscale has appeared as an answer to the existing problems of the blockchain and of the Web3 in general. So because we have seen a dramatic growth of interest in blockchain development on different networks, but unfortunately, you remember, so there is something like post-Ethereum distress, older distress, some disease on this screen shown. A lot of people have suffered from the high commissions, and it was almost impossible to use the network, and a lot of developers have started thinking about moving to some layer 2 solutions or maybe to some new networks. But the main problem that we have seen is that lots of existing blockchain projects have started pretty much typically like any other startups. So they gathered the money, so they started aggressive marketing, promising a lot, but in the end, their technology is really struggling to follow their promises. And on Everscale, actually, we preach a different approach, and we first build and promote. And this allowed us to build a fully functioning ecosystem of DeFi and NFT. It allowed us to bring the excellent connectivity to other networks and let developers to easily migrate to Everscale. And you can see that now almost any of existing applications can easily fit within Everscale and benefit from its cross-chain connections. Now let's speak a bit about the ecosystem. So what's going on actually? So who are all these people who are actually on the Everscale? This terrible slide just to show you a bit of a small piece of ecosystem, actually, the major projects. So they're quite a number, but I would like just to highlight the category. So we have a lot of focus on gaming and NFT, and by the way, it's really a strong focus on GameFi and metaverse this year. And we expect a lot of new solutions to appear. We have a lot of games that are currently being developed or integrated with Everscale. So, and we expect really a good uplift after the integration is finished. Of course, DeFi. So, well, liquidity is the blood of any blockchain ecosystem. So, and of course, we have started from DeFi. So we have fully functional exchanges. We have bridges. We have wallets, Web3 connectors, and all that stuff. We have lending protocols. We have launchpads. So I can continue and continue. So quite a rich ecosystem for any need of you as developer. A lot of tools and different services that are currently integrated with Everscale. So not obligatory they are doing really something big on chain, but they also support the native currency and tokens of the network in their own solutions. There are even some Serbian names, by the way. You can see them here. So, and maybe you could see the trucks of Papusti driving in the streets with our branding as well. So there was a partnership with those two companies last year. A lot of media partnership, of course, so that we have started last year. As I said, we first built, then we started the promotion, and we have a strategic partnership with Cointelegraph, so you can also see that they are one of the key media that has partnered with Elysium Hackathon as well. We have reached a lot of tier 1 exchanges now, so you can see them here. So two recent additions are QUBE and KuCoin that have listed Ever. It was maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, so now they are doing this natively, and most probably they will also support some of Everscale unique features as well. And of course some coin ranking services, so all the major services that you may think of so have already supported Everscale. A bit of focus on maybe on key products. So it's a lot of text here, so and all the presentations, so they will be available on our Discord afterwards. So don't worry, so that you cannot read it now. So, but just want to show you that a lot of good and well-designed applications exist now on Everscale, so that you can inspire from. Most of them are open source, by the way, so when you can go to GitHub of the major developers and inspire with a source of code and how you should write your applications and so on and so forth. And also a lot of things, of course, are coming and are not shown here, but just join the communities of Everscale to learn more. I will focus now maybe a bit on the key blocks that make Everscale alive now, so and that attract the most of the community attention. So first of all, Everscale is decentralized from roots to the very top, meaning that its architecture is decentralized, its governance is decentralized, everything is decentralized, even tokens. And EverDAO that was launched a few months ago, so made the decentralized governance real. So for now we have more than 80 of proposals, important proposals deciding what will be the future of the network that has passed. A number of them that has not passed. So and in order to vote on EverDAO, so you actually need to lock a certain stake that will be equal to the number of your votes, and that lets you as a community member, even if you have a minor stake, but you can also express your opinion and also affect the solution on certain proposal. In future, so what we are planning to do is create the liquid staking protocol that will allow you to simultaneously stake your Evers within the pools, so getting some rewards for it, so money will be working for you, and at the same time the tokens that you will get in return, so of course they will have also some additional value, and one of the features will be the opportunity to vote on EverDAO. So, and this will radically increase the amount staked in this protocol. By the way, it's already open source, so we have published it in open source just recently, so didn't update the presentation. Next, we have a lot of excellent connectivity tools for development of web applications and standalone applications. You have a constellation of different wallets that support in a bit different way, but all of them generally provide you with the opportunity to easily connect to the network using the approach pretty similar to like Web3 of MetaMask does. Yeah, you can do a lot with this thing. You can send different payloads, you can call contracts, you can deploy anything, so quite a lot of stuff can be done with this. About the bridge, so we will talk a bit later. So it's not only OctusBridge that exists on the network, so we have a lot of, well, a number of other bridges that are currently in an experimental stage, and they are being developed also to target specific network like Tezos or Cardano, and those networks and teams from those networks will soon be able also to join the Everscale community. Next, we have at least 4 or 5 DEXs existing on Everscale. So the largest one is the FlatQube, developed by Broxus, but also we have the Flex, developed by EverX team. So it is the order book based DEX, pretty similar to Serum on Solana. And the guys are doing the last polishing before the public release, so now they are in the late beta. I really hope that they will succeed with it. And also a number of other DEXs that you can benefit by joining the Everscale. Also, we have quite a number of NFT marketplaces, and Grand Bazaar of them is the largest one. And, well, quite a number of artists and content creators are now joining, and also speaking about NFT and our target expansion to gamify and metaverse. So we are now have finally approved the upgrade of the NFT standard. It's called TIP 4, TIP 4.1, 2, and so for different purposes, and we will also expand it beyond just pure NFTs that store some pictures. So which is of course is 99% of application now for NFTs, but we're looking a bit behind this, and we will also expand the standard to cover the needs of different applications like tokenization of different assets, like insurance certificates, like decentralized name services, and so on and so forth. So quite a number of applications that will be included in NFT standard. We have launched 2 or 3 months ago the official launchpad for Everscale. It's called EverStart, that allows you to launch your product and also collect some initial funding. For now, it works in a semi-moderated way, but later it will migrate to DAO-based approach, and decisions on which projects to list on EverDAO or not, so will be taken through DAO. So already 5 projects has launched on the EverStart, so it's a small number, but it's a beginning, humble beginning, and so we expect really a lot of newcomers to launch soon. Also, Everscale is not only about crypto and NFT, so it's important to understand that this network can really withstand the workloads of the traditional IT businesses. And one of the applications that we are currently negotiating actively with different countries is the deployment of different CBDC mechanisms actually on Everscale, which includes not only the currency function, but it also includes a lot of security controls, a lot of permissioning, and so on and so forth. And Everscale is capable of fitting with their needs, actually, because you can imagine the amount of transactions that are done in the real world with the fiat money. So just only Visa generates something like 20k TVS on average. With the peak one, it was something like 55, if I'm not wrong, during some world championship. And so actually Visa can wholly fit within Everscale now. Yeah, so there are some features that already exist in Everscale that are capable of and useful for CBDC deployment. Let's speak about the community and main contributors to Everscale. So actually, we have started as a company from the Eastern Europe, and of course the majority of the community initially was from there. But since the end of 2020 already, so we have started the rapid expansion to Asian region, and now we have a really strong community in Korea, in Vietnam, in Malaysia, in Indonesia. Now we approach in Japan, and in any case are really building a strong partnership with local players. And in Europe specifically, we have now a really strong partners who are developing Everscale for European countries. So it's only a start for Europe, and so we intentionally decided to run this hackathon here in Belgrade because we have Broxus headquarters here, and also we really enjoy how you guys are doing here in Serbia and nearby region. And we of course have in our plans a further expansion to all around the world. We have communities also from Mexico, from Canada, from US, but they are still not very big. So, and the majority of communities are coming to the Eurasia continent. Let's speak about the main contributors who are making the key products for Everscale. So I will start humbly with Broxus, with my company. So we are initially the DeFi developers who are focusing on creation of useful functionalities for proficient professional players on the market and for traders. With the launch of Everscale, so we are also focusing on building the basic layer of DeFi infrastructure that can be later used by anyone. We will have a dedicated presentation for about Broxus and our technologies coming the next, so I will not stop here. The next one is EverX, which is a company who initially developed all the node software, and this is something that really crucial because those guys made almost impossible and have created, implemented actually all the things from white paper of Everscale. They are one of the main visionaries and developers of EverCloud software that now allows to any developer enjoy the GraphQL connection to Everscale with this without any additional charge. ITGold is one of the principal developers of NFT infrastructure, and we have Alex with us today from ITGold, so one of our mentors. So guys are doing a lot to popularize NFT on Everscale. So they have launched not only Grand Bazaar, but they also made the open source framework for NFT marketplaces and for everyone to easily build new ones for specific use cases. So you can see just a number of the most popular ones, like Third Place, which tokenizes the real art, and Chess NFT in a partnership with FIDE, so the official NFT marketplace of International Chess Federation. Neil Foundation are the techie guys who are doing a lot of audits and a lot of frameworks for testing of Everscale. I think it best says for them they GitHub, so just go to the GitHub/Neil Foundation. So you will see a lot of things that they are doing, and they are really deep into the technology. Evergaming used to be the group of people who have collaborated about the promotion of gaming and e-gaming, esports in Everscale. So now they have launched their own brand, and you can see quite a number of people that have already joined the Everscale community, and we have a number of professional esports teams, one of which has recently relocated here, so they are really cool guys, and they have a lot of things to come, so a really big roadmap, so just feel free to follow them. Pokerton is one of the largest poker clubs on Telegram, so counting thousands of players and always live. So they were one of the initial projects that supported Everscale and integrated it behind the curtain, and so now you can easily play forever in Poketon, and they are planning also to expand with a number of different games. And recently we have moved towards launching of Everscale Foundation, which is the institution that will officially represent Everscale behind the major behind governments and represent on different conferences. So, and all of the promotion stuff will go under their control. So there are 6 initial members of Everscale Foundation, all from this industry with a vast experience and network, so who will bring a lot of value. And you can see also that we have selected people from different regions to better represent Everscale in them. So we have people from Europe, from North America, from Latam, from Asia, from Middle East. So those guys are actively promoting Everscale now within big funds and big investors, explaining directly the benefits of Everscale to countries, to governments, and so on and so forth. So, and definitely you will see them much more later. A few words about the roadmap, so what actually Everscale will be doing in the nearest future. So we are right now here, so you see that here are some major points that we have done, but quite a lot is to be done yet. So including the update of our consensus protocol, about the update of creation the possibility and the builder for DAOs on Everscale. So actually you already can now benefit from the DAO deployed by Broxus team, so you can take the sources and deploy your own one, but we want to make it much easier for projects to benefit. Also, we are planning to to expand more on GameFi and Metaverse projects on the Decentralized fund protocols, on NFT bridges, and quite a lot. So it's important to understand that on Everscale, so you don't have a single team that's developing everything. You have a lot of passionate communities, a lot of passionate developers who are focusing on developing their own business and are doing this in Everscale way. Decentralized, with strong focus on community-driven approach, open sourcing most critical parts and auditing everything. So this is something that really differs the Everscale community from most of the other blockchain projects. Just to highlight maybe a few things that are going to come in the nearest future. So first of all is the SMFT consensus that will allow us to bring even higher stability and scalability of the network and reach the sub-second finality of all blocks. It will also help us to reduce the gas fees at least by an order of magnitude. Closer to the end of the year, we will switch to the dynamic gas, and so it will also mean that the dynamic gas rebalancing, but even with this approach, so it will be much better than on Ethereum. Higher protocol, higher throughputs, of course, goes without saying. So we even don't cover now so the existing throughput on Everscale. So and maybe you guys will help us doing this. RAM protocol actually has landed already, and so now it allows you to enjoy the guaranteed delivery of messages within the network. So our techie guys will talk about how the network is functioning on the low level, so later, and a lot of other things actually. Also, what we are focusing on this year is adding, first of all, the EVM workchain. So it will allow existing projects that are currently working on other chains to easily hop on the Everscale and benefit from the connectivity it offers. Of course, it will not be as productive as the native Everscale, but at least it will be a transition place that will allow you to, without any specific upgrades of your software, easily deploy the existing contracts on Everscale directly. And also the DriveChain, which will offer you a very cheap storage, and it will help us to go further towards the web-free approach that we are preaching. So actually the big idea behind Everscale is web-free, which is make the Everscale actually a new internet, so allow you to deploy websites in a decentralized way to access any application from any part of the world. So, and all of this done securely and with a good speed. And DriveChain is one of the core pieces that you need to do this with the chip storage. So it will be kind of IPFS, but the truly on-chain stuff. In terms of NFT and gamify and metaverse, so we're focusing now to build the SDK that will facilitate a lot the life of developers and help them create new applications without hassle of integration with the blockchain, thinking about the specificity of calls and all of this. And this will allow to create a lot of new applications and get new partnerships. As for the DeFi, so actually we have finished the creation of the basic layer of the DeFi infrastructure for now, and now we are moving to more advanced protocols, so like derivative protocols, like improved lending and borrowing protocols, and all the stuff that you can see now in the presentation. I just want to specifically highlight this one. Where is my pointer? Come on, here it is. So, which is a SSI that is currently being developed by a team of named Identics. So maybe they will also join the hackathon. And those guys are doing the thing that will affect the lives of each of us. So, and actually this is something that has started already in Europe, when all the data are controlled by you, and you can easily control the level of information that you give to anyone. For example, if you need to come to the website that sells, I don't know, alcohol, so, and the website requires you to prove that you are adult, so it just needs the binary answer, so yes or no. And this protocol actually having the connection to the verified credentials provider, so actually get this answer directly without disclosing any other information. So no more cookies, no more tracking, nothing. So finally, so you can benefit from the real privacy. And also to boost all this development, so the real novelty that was announced on the celebration of Everscale in May is the creation of EverFund. So the investment structure that will be choosing projects that are going to Everscale and are bringing the value to Everscale, and directly investing into those projects and helping them develop with a networking, with a PR resource and a lot of stuff. So if you have good ideas and you have a lot of things that you can bring to Everscale, so this is definitely the place for you to go. So that's pretty it. I hope that you didn't fall asleep this morning. So and this is of course the peak of iceberg, and I can talk about Everscale for hours, and but this presentation was to give you the oversight, what's going on and what Everscale is about. So now we have some time for questions, so please feel free to raise your hand and ask anything about Everscale. So if I can answer.
We have actually a question from Discord.
Okay. So 1 second.
Okay.
For people to hear you.
So someone from our Discord community with the nickname Grind and Find. Okay. Ask the question. Any plans for the decentralized messengers on a protocol?
Yeah, actually, so we have now at least one team that is building the decentralized messaging protocol. So now recently they have presented the MVP of the kind of emails on built on Everscale. So and the proof of concept went very well. But the ambition is to create the universal protocol that covers all kinds of messaging, including the instant messaging, including the audio and video streams, and all that kind of stuff. They should have been speaking here today with us, but unfortunately the main speaker felt sick. So I hope he will recover soon. But maybe for next hackathon or maybe for an MA session, so he will come to tell more about this. Okay. Okay, guys. So if you are shy to ask questions directly now, so you can always come to me and ask privately. So I'm here all the day. And now I give the floor to the next speaker. So to Brian, who is our community manager. So okay, so he needs 5 more minutes. Okay, so in this case, so let's make a short coffee break now, just for 5 minutes for Brian to prepare, and so we will move on. Thank you. Hello, guys. So we continue. Please get back to your seats, and we have our next speaker ready. So please meet Brian. So he is a master of the world for Broxus, and so also he is our community manager. So he will tell you about what actually Broxus is and about its products, what we are doing, so and how it's all this stuff works.
Yeah, first off, thank you, Vlad. Oh, Captain, our captain. He's our fearless leader, and we've done a lot over the past. I've been working at Broxus for about a year and a half, and we've been able to achieve a lot, and it wouldn't have been possible without Vlad and a lot of the other team members that we have here. So it's great seeing familiar faces, and it's also great seeing some new faces as well. Just in lieu of an introduction, I want to talk a bit about this event. This is an important day, an important weekend for all of us. Our first hackathon as the Broxus team, and our first real conference type event. And so we chose Elysium when we were talking about how we wanted to theme this this hackathon. We thought it would be great to involve some kind of Roman theme, considering that Serbia is kind of the cradle of a lot of Roman emperors. And there's the Aeneid, which is a book about the founding of Rome. In the Aeneid, Aeneas, the hero of the journey, he has to go to the underworld to talk to his father before he's allowed to actually get to Italy. As part of that journey, he goes to the underworld, and his father shows him all the future heroes of Rome. So the idea kind of philosophically about this hackathon is that we are looking to find and identify the future heroes of Broxus and the future heroes of the Everscale network. Because we all believe in where we're going, we're proud of what we've done, and we're excited to bring more people into the fold, more people who believe in Web3, more people who believe in DeFi, and DeFi as a means of ameliorating a lot of the problems in the world, a lot of the financial problems in the world, the imbalances and what have you. So without further ado, let's get started talking about the biggest platforms that we have, our constellation of DeFi platforms that have really made a big impact in the Everscale ecosystem, but also in DeFi as a whole. I feel like a lot of us feel that these platforms are benchmark platforms. And one of the key things, I mean, in my personal experience, I've followed a bit of an errant star in my career. I've worked for a number of different blockchain and cryptocurrency projects, and something that always frustrated me was that a lot of projects they'll identify an audience first, they'll identify a way of making money first, without putting the work in to build that foundation of solid technology. And so what really attracted me to Broxus, and something that I share with the team and that I'm proud of, is that it's always been here, it's always been technology first. You build something that really works first, and then you move on and you tell people about it, and people are ready to believe in you because you believe in what you're building and what you've built. So to get started, a little bit about the Broxus team. We call it a cutting-edge blockchain solution laboratory. It's about 3 years old. We started around the same time as Everscale was launched. And the idea at the beginning was to bring in the most talented people in DeFi. An emphasis on developers, coders, people who can build that vision that we had and could translate that potential that was in DeFi that so often gets missed by other developers into something that was practical and into something that everybody could use, because that's what DeFi was supposed to be about. We're going to talk, I think we've shown some slides here about, and Vlad mentioned it, PETSD, so post-Ethereum transaction stress disorder. Basically, it's a joke, but it isn't tenable to have very, very high fees, very slow transaction times. What we're trying to do is make finance available to everybody. So if DeFi is only going to be available to very wealthy people, it's just not going to work. The way that this is possible, it's because it's built on the Everscale network, which Vlad just talked at length about. So given that Everscale is the fastest blockchain around and can scale to fit any project, that gave us the technological foundation to do what we wanted to do with these different, with our DEX platform, with our bridge platform, with our wallet, and with all the other platforms that we build. It wouldn't have been possible without that underlying solidity, that underlying basis. So a bit about our philosophy. I just kind of mentioned this, but we're committed to transparency, decentralization, and creating solutions that are efficient, that are easy to understand, that are sustainable, and that anybody can use. And in the end, where we're going is, we said the first slide says Web3 is not as far away as you think. Yeah, that's what we're aiming at, Web3, complete Web3, and not just for technically savvy people, but for everybody, because it's something that the world definitely needs right now. If we think back to when Bitcoin itself was founded, it was founded on the heels of the 2008 recession. And so I think a lot of people feel that there are a lot of companies in this space that have kind of lost their focus on that original promise that was here in this space. And one of the great things about Broxus, at least from my perspective, is that we've never lost that focus. And so I found that inspiring. So our big platforms, this is the constellation of our flagship platforms. First is OctusBridge. Vlad talked a bit about OctusBridge. It's a unique platform. People who use it, they're all, I mean, we've grown a solid user base based on how efficient, how easy it is to use, and the problems that it solves. So Vlad talked about the problems with DeFi, the trilemma, right? So what's the trilemma? Trilemma is that a DeFi platform can't be all three things that it needs to be, right? It has to be scalable, it has to be secure, and what's the third thing? Decentralized, right? Yeah. So scalable, decentralized, and secure. Most platforms can accomplish two of those things, but up until now, essentially, there hasn't been a platform that's been able to solve all three. You can be scalable and secure, but you can't be decentralized, or you can be two of the others and not one of the remaining one. So to start with OctusBridge, basically what it does, as Vlad explained, it does cross-chain transfers for people and applications. Yeah, oh, so, yeah. So the bridge token price is just dollars. Total value locked in is 75.12 million. Sorry about that. Octus is a cross-chain solution that allows you to work not only on the token level, but also with arbitrary data and smart contract callouts. Basically what that means is that the everyday user can use it, right? But then also, and it's an ideal solution, just like the Everscale network is scalable to any kind of project you're running. This too is scalable to, in the sense that it fits the needs of the individual user, but also these bigger projects. And the way that works is because it is truly decentralized. It's organized and governed by a DAO. It's rocket fast. It's as Vlad was explaining, we've done tests where we've proved that Everscale is the fastest network in the industry. It's almost free. Transactions, I believe, are 0.0. I think it's less than a penny, so a fifth of a penny. Multi-network. So the big feature here is that it is connected to some of the biggest networks in cryptocurrency and in DeFi, and then it's scalable, obviously, which allows us to not only have all the networks we have now, but we're also working on bringing in more. So we're still pretty much at the early stages in this project. We already have a big user base. You can check out the numbers here. 27 relayers. So the relayers are those who verify the transactions. They're all spread out in different locations around the world, and we also have security protocols in place. If they were to do something that was against the Broxus or Everscale philosophy, they could be slashed, their rewards taken away, and etc. So, ultimate network interoperability for your blockchain ecosystem. A lot of these projects that come out right away. Let's say you're on a smaller blockchain like Near, relatively smaller blockchain like Near, and you're just launching out as a project. Near is a chain that we're going to be adding soon. It can be very difficult to get the liquidity you need in order for your startup or your project to take off and reach other users and function in the way it was designed. With the OctusBridge, it opens up a very easy way to transfer liquidity at a very low price and very quickly. So that solves that problem. Expansion, in a similar note, this is a gateway to all of these other blockchains. Payments, you can accept payments from one blockchain to another, and in a convenient way. I mean, if you want to do this without a platform like this, you're going to have to go through 5 or 6 gateways that you have to pay here, 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 you paying along the way. Super inconvenient and not practical. Invisible operability. So we have another slide that's coming up, so I'll talk a bit more about it then. But basically, it's the idea that we just have one interface, the OctusBridge interface, or you can take the API and put it into your own platform and have your own single interface. But it takes care of everything behind the scenes, and you can just transfer whatever coin you want to add, and then a swap pair will be added to OctusBridge, and everything is taken care of. So it makes it much easier, both for the user and for the bigger platform. And be part of the story. This is a call out to you guys as people who are going to be working on different platforms on Everscale with Broxus. This is the chance. We're on the verge of going very far in this industry, and so now's the time to make your mark here. To contribute to decentralization, to contribute to Web3, and to contribute to a team that has very, very high sights. So architecture and security. Obviously, this is part of the Web3 dilemma, and so this is something that we've taken seriously since day one. The architecture is comprised of all the best solutions that are currently out on the market. We've looked through everything, and we pooled together the best practices. Those include audited urine vault contracts that are used to manage liquidity. And then we have checked the contracts with the NIL Foundation team, which Vlad talked about as well, to make sure that they are reliable, they won't fail. Security, we brought people in to audit all of our platforms. The OctusBridge has been through a number of audits, and we've also looked around the industry to, I'm sure all of you are aware that there are a lot of problems that happen in DeFi. A platform fails, people lose money, everything like that. So one of the key parts of our research was studying these platforms, how they failed, where the vulnerability was, and putting in preemptive measures so that it wouldn't happen with us. Safety, our storage contracts have built-in tools in order to prevent withdrawals that will deviate from the average. Plus, we have guardians in place. So guardians are people who are monitoring the transactions that happen on the bridge. And so if they'll see something unusual, they'll flag it and they'll check it out to make sure everything is okay. Invisible bridge technology. So I touched on this before, but essentially The underlying mechanism will allow any project to send liquidity from any connected blockchain to the bridge. So these tokens can be transferred to the bridge and automatically added along with additional swapping pairs. We've just added another update to the bridge that has brought in all the biggest token lists from the most popular dexes and blockchains, and allowed bridge users to transfer them among all the different connected bridges. So it's a very cool feature. If you guys haven't checked it out, I recommend you do so. Relayers, we talked about this before, so I'm not going to dwell on this, but they're spread out around the world. This is part of that decentralization thing, which is very important to us. So not only do we have relayers that are separated in different geographical locations and disconnected from each other, but we also have a backup system that checks to make sure that these relayers are not acting in bad faith. And if they are acting in bad faith, they'll be slashed, and there will be repercussions for it. Eventually, we're going to have more than 100 relayers, right? But there will only be 100 relayers that will be able to verify these transactions at a time, which actually improves the security because it randomizes it a bit, and doesn't give more power to a specific relayer or a specific individual. There you can see the currently connected blockchains. Obviously, Everscale is one of them as well. So we have 7 right now, and then we are in the process of adding Solana and Near, 2 other very, very large blockchains. And you look at all the different projects there. Solana and Near, Solana especially, is one of the bigger NFT blockchains. So this is going to open up a lot of doors, a lot of different possibilities for Everscale and for Broxus, because that will bring in, it can be difficult to create NFTs, launch gamify projects on platforms that are not equipped to handle the huge load that kind of thing brings in. Like a game is that it carries a huge load with it. Everscale is the network that can actually handle these things, and so once we've opened these gateways to these other networks, it'll inspire an influx of new users to Everscale. So the tokenomics here. Distribution, we've got 65% of the bridge token in farming for 4 years. 12% it goes to the Broxus team, 11% is under the Everscale DeFi Alliance, and there's a 12% pre-sale. The bridge token itself, that is what enables the DAO to work. So with the bridge token, you stake a certain amount of it, you can become a relayer. You stake a different amount, that's the maximum, but if you stake a different amount, you'll be able to participate in voting on different proposals on the bridge platform. And so that's important too. We want this platform to reflect what the industry actually needs. And so the only way to really do that is to make it actually decentralized and give people, everyday people, the chance to influence how this platform is going to work, what needs it's going to meet for users, and where they want it to go in the future. Like, for example, what network they'd like to see next added, rewards, the changing of farming speeds, all that kind of stuff. So here's a QR code to take you to the OctusBridge. If you're interested, give it a scan. This is also going to be up on the Discord, as Vlad mentioned, so you'll have a chance to check it out there. Our roadmap, Q3 of this year, we're going to be adding Solana. Q4, Near. The first quarter of next year, we're doing the B2B referral system, then an NFT bridge, B2C referral system, and then cross-chain oracles, similar to what Chainlink does. But this is all going to make the platform much more formidable, but also bring in a lot of new people, a lot of new users. All right, so next is FlatQube, our DEX. FlatQube It's the premier DEX on the Everscale blockchain. We've got over 80 different tokens that you can exchange there. And it was built by taking all the best features of these bigger DEXs like Uniswap and bringing them into Everscale where they can really flourish. Along with the same thing goes for FlatQube, that goes for the OctusBridge in terms of how fast it is, how easy it is to use, and then also we have a ton of farming and staking opportunities with really high APRs that have helped us build up a really solid user base of people who are passionate about using it and who believe in it in the long term. So the basic function is asset swap, cross-pair swaps, and multi-sig support. In figures, like I said, over 80, we got 83. 24-hour volume is 2.5 million. Transaction speed less than 2 seconds. So I challenge you guys to find a DEX that has a faster one. And then transaction cost is, all right, so it's 3 cents, I believe. Swapping is very easy. I'm sure some of you have used it before, but all you have to do is connect your wallet, select a token, select an amount, and then just make a swap. The thing that you need on our end to use it is the EverWallet, and that's going to be the next thing I cover. But one of the key parts of the FlatQube DEX is the wrapped Ever token. So wrapped Ever allows us to interact with tokens from other networks on this DEX. And it's made with a TIP 3.1 token standard, and it can be exchanged one for one with Ever. It's a very easy process of exchanging it, and once you do that, you'll open up all the possibilities that the DEX has to offer. The problems that we see, this is referring to other DEXs on the market, right? So current market problems. A lot of miners and mining pools can obtain previews of transactions while confirming and validating them on decentralized exchanges. That kind of violates the whole idea of decentralization. The miners and mining pools shouldn't have a strong grip on power. They shouldn't have that much of a grip on power. True decentralization. It's very hard to come by in DeFi. A bit of an oxymoron, but everyone's still striving for that true decentralization. But the way that a lot of these platforms are set up, they're not actually decentralized. And then, of course, transaction speed and fees. So there, nobody's got us beat. This is just an example. This is what gives people PTSD. So you look at the low gas fee, it's over $200, average 222, high 222. That's not, I mean, if the way that DeFi is talked about, it's a replacement for this out-of-date banking system. That's not a replacement for any kind of banking system. That's something that's not sustainable. On Everscale, it's 200% less. So that's something that people can actually work with. So our solution, FlatQube. Total value locked into the platform of assets is over 33 million. Token pairs 83, farming pools 15 plus. Volume over the past 24 hours is close to 3 million. And then the highest APR we got is most recently 113%, which is huge. So we've got over 200 validators, and these are our different partnerships and where we've been covered in the media. And these are our different communities, our social media pages that you guys can check out for more information, but that's where you'll find all the latest updates from us. Privacy and reliability. So there's no registration, no KYC. You don't have to jump through hoops like you would with a lot of other exchanges. No front runs. The way that Everscale was designed, it makes front runs impossible. So collusion between miners, that kind of thing, that's not a possibility, which is a great thing. No cookies, so we're very much on the side of the privacy of the individual. So you don't have to worry about us tracking your data or selling it to someone else. It's all safe there. Tested and trusted. It's open source, so if you don't believe it, head to our Gitbook and our GitHub and check out the code and everything for yourself. We have faith in it, and that's why we make it open source, and not a lot of people do. So in terms of the auditing, we've been audited a number of times, and that's something that still goes on, because you don't just get audited once, you don't get checked once. As the platform evolves, as we get more people, we have to know that we can handle the bigger workload, and so that's a constant process, but that's something that we do regularly. Knowledge Hub, so for our newcomers, as I said before, we're trying to make this as easy for people as possible, so that the average person who doesn't know much at all about cryptocurrency or DeFi, they can just go and kind of intuitively understand how to use the platform. In addition to that, we've written a number of different materials, guides, we've made videos, all explaining how this works, and all trying to smooth out the process of people onboarding onto the platform and realizing how they can use it to their benefit. So this is a breakdown of the DEX yield farming. Total figures, total value locked in is over 33 million. We've got over 15 farming pools. The APR rates they're a bit out of date here, but they're still very high. And this was, I think, taken a couple, maybe a month ago or so. So some of the statistics here are out of date a little bit, but this does give a good representation of the opportunities that are there. The farming opportunities are very, very healthy. The pools are very healthy. We have a lot of people participating in it, and then they get rewards through our vesting system. So for those looking, I feel like people are always looking for the most advantageous place to participate in yield farming, because rates change all the time. This FlatQube is still among the best in the industry in terms of the way you're going to get rewarded monetarily, but also the safety that comes with it. So FlatQube DEX token and farming program builders. What this means, what this refers to, is that users can create their own tokens and organize swaps with other assets, and then also create their own farming pools. So this is a very cool decentralized idea, puts power in the people's hands. This kind of opens the door for community-induced growth, and for the platform to better reflect the wishes of the community. If there's a coin that someone wants to add there, it's all possible. And that's thanks to the DAO and thanks to the way this was set up. So we also have a DEX API, which will allow other platforms to integrate our DEX into their platform. It's super easy. Here we've got, if you follow the QR code, it'll take you to dexata.io, which is a collaboration with Cardano, where they're using our FlatQube DEX API to build a cross-chain bridge between Cardano and FlatQube and the Everscale network. The QUBE token. So the QUBE token is what facilitates the DAO that governs the FlatQube platform. There are special rewards when you stake QUBE to boost your regular farming returns. Using QUBE allows you to get the most out of yield farming. Using QUBE also, because it is the way that you participate in the DAO, that allows you to influence how the platform is going to change. If you want to see a change, or if someone else brings a proposal that you agree with, you stake your QUBE, you vote on it, and then the platform can change if it gets enough votes. Then you can also stake your QUBE to get rewards. You're rewarded for boosting the liquidity of the platform. And up here you can see the initial distribution of the QUBE token, and then the DAO monthly emissions. This stuff you can check out on your own. I don't want to bore you too much with it. But we have a healthy amount distributed to farming and another healthy amount distributed to liquidity. And those are very important for the long-term, the longevity of the platform in order to keep these farming pools as healthy as possible. QUBE token price chart. So this was taken, I think, about a month ago as well. The price is down as prices are down across the whole industry, but this gives a good idea of the growth that it experienced while not being listed on major exchanges. This is like all organic growth. There's a definitive utility in the token and a utility that people have recognized and are trying to capitalize on. So this is just the beginning. These listings are going to come soon. We're still moving forward at a very fast pace. So there's going to be more to be said on this front. Here's a QR code to check out FlatQube if you are of the mind to do so now. If not, definitely check it out later. And a roadmap. So Q3 of this year, we're going to introduce QUBE staking. The DAO is going to be fully developed, fully launched. For the next quarter, we'll have gouges, listing for VQube. The first quarter of the next year, boosted farming, custom whitelists, then limit orders, QUBE buyback and burn, cross-chain swaps, and marginal trading. So these are some really big things that are going to change the platform, add a lot of new possibilities there. So we have a lot to look forward to. Now, EverWallet. This is the skeleton key to the Everscale ecosystem. By that, it means that it opens all the doors, all the different platforms that operate on Everscale. The EverWallet is essentially your passport to use these things and to take full advantage of everything that we have going on here. So it's the premier wallet for the Everscale blockchain. It's not the only wallet, but it's the one that accomplishes the most. You can do fast transactions with minimal fees and access to all the dApps in the Everscale ecosystem just in one application. It works on mobile, desktop, etc. I think everyone that uses it finds it very comfortable and very versatile. And we've had more than 35,000 installs, and that's organic installs. So this thing, it's not being pushed as this new platform. This is people have recognized the need for it by using other dApps on the Everscale network, and this is so that's a very significant number and something that I think is indicative of a positive trend that's going to continue as our products continue to grow, Broxus products continue to grow, but also the Everscale network continues to branch out and penetrate into different markets in the world. So fast and easy access to your assets. It's available on all your devices. You get multi-sig wallets, rocket fast. It works with Ledger, has HD wallet technology, secure and private. A huge part of the ecosystem, external dApp compatible. We're gonna bring out NFT support with it soon. That's something Vlad was talking about. We are working on developing our NFT offerings, and obviously the EverWallet is going to be key to allowing that to happen. And then also another big thing we're working on is allowing bank card, credit card purchases forever to make it that much easier to buy it. In your wallet. For developers, we've got a in-page provider. So this is a Web3-like interface for Everscale provided by the EverWallet browser extension. And with this, you'll be able to do a number of different things, including packing and unpacking cells, decoding transactions, events, messages, local execution of messages, sending internal and external messages, and then subscriptions to contract states and transactions, and there's a lot more. So if you are a developer, this is something, and you're looking for to try and integrate this to your platform, this is something you should definitely check out. Now, last but not least, our team. We got the founder, Sergey, Vlad, our captain, And then the rest of these guys, stars, I believe Sergey is going to be giving a speech later, and a few, I think there might be another person giving a speech. But anyway, these people, the whole team is spread out all over the world. I'm from America. We've all been brought together by sharing a common vision. Obviously, having experience, having know-how. Everybody, I feel confident in saying that everybody I work with is not only passionate about what they do, but they're competent. They know exactly what needs to be done and how to do it. And if there are questions, we've got leaders that help us through the process. So it's been a pleasure for me to work here for over a year, and I hope that our great relationship continues moving forward. Thank you. This is a QR code to our Discord server where we have our most, you get all the news there, but also we have a pretty active community that chats, they make memes that are pretty funny. So definitely check it out if you get a chance. But thank you guys.
Hello. Thank you, Brian. So excellent speech. Actually, guys, so I really encourage you to add to our Discord server because all the main communication about the hackathon will be going on there. And also, please do not hesitate to contact any of the personnel here just to add you to the group of hackathon, to meet with your mentors or to discuss with other participants, to form your teams and all that kind of stuff. So we just a kind reminder, so we are planning to finish forming teams by 5 p.m. Belgrade time today. So please add at least a couple of hours before, so right now. Yeah, so I was told that there are some questions actually yeah, on Discord. So, Brian, can you maybe read them out?
Yeah. Can you show me? So, outside of the well-known wallet, DEX, and bridge platform that you guys have created, what other projects does Everscale? I think he means Broxus. What other projects does Broxus work on?
Yeah, actually, I slightly touched this before. So, besides Broxus, there are quite a number of other contributors who are doing the stuff. So not to name EverX, who is doing the all the basic layer of infrastructure like node software and different libraries for developers. They also develop in the Flex, the order book based. Recently, you may have seen that the Docker has announced a partnership with Everscale in terms of Gosh, which is a decentralized Git, actually built on a replica of Everscale network. We have some games going on here, some like The Race, like Pile Blocks, like Pokerton, Street Bosses, and a lot of others. So there are quite a lot of casual games going on now. We have a number of NFT marketplaces, so developed by ITGold team and a number of others. So, well, just ITGold as the biggest. So, but there are quite a lot of more niche marketplaces. Quite a number of stuff is going on actually. So, so there.
And then there's been a lot of talk about how well-suited Everscale is for GameFi and metaverse projects. Why is that the case? What makes Everscale the ideal blockchain for those kinds of projects?
Actually, the answer is just if you have a look at the recent incidents that networks experienced with launching such a GameFi project like Steppen or before CryptoKitties, if you remember it. So what went not really well for Ethereum. So actually, Everscale, thanks to infinite sharding, so it's capable to scale momentarily to withstand the workload that it's required to. And currently, so no game has generated the workload that Everscale is not capable to do with.
Yeah, I would just add, I mean, people talk about or have talked about Solana as the Ethereum killer or as the solution to Ethereum because it was going to be able to handle more transactions, a higher load. But then people started migrating to Solana, and Solana's down all the time now. So it doesn't really work out that way. I don't think that they're capable of taking on, not just them, but a lot of these networks are not capable of taking on that kind of load because they're not built the same way. But Can you list 3 killer features of your project that make it ahead of competitors? What are the competitive advantages that you feel most confident about?
I would say maybe it's not something 3 killer features. So actually, this is the whole philosophy that we preach, and so we first really well study what people need. So we take careful customer research and look what others are doing. So what challenges they are facing. After that, we think. So think of how we can overcome those limitations that are causing the problems now, and also we think about the problems that may arise in future. So just to give you an example, so the recent, you may have seen, so I also highlighted it in my Twitter thread, that a number of hacks of DeFi platforms has drastically increased over the last few months. So, and the first obvious target for them are bridges, because bridges contain a lot of liquidity on the vaults, and they are such really rich targets for hackers. But in the architectures that we are developing, security is on the first place, actually. So when we try to think of any possible scenario, how the hacker can try to break into the breach, and how we will make the fund secure. So, and that's pretty much the approach that we preach across all of our development, that we first try to think a few steps ahead before we're doing something. So we make the reliable systems, and they may not be the fastest in development like us, because a lot of projects are doing faster, that's true, but then they suffer. So, and we are developing on a bit slower pace, but we're trying to build solutions that are really, really expensive to hack. So no reason to do this.
Do you have any plans to migrate to other chains?
Probably the question is about adding new chains.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so we have actually plans, and the commercial strategy for the OctusBridge, for example, is adding the most valuable chains to connect between each other. So there is absolutely no reason for us to roll up to, I don't know, some minor chain where there are no developers, no development activity. And those ones were selected actually because they had a lot of developer activity going on, a lot of liquidity, a lot of interesting projects that sooner or later face the limitation of the homegrown network. And then they need to scale to other audiences, and so on and so forth. And as I showed on the slides devoted to connectivity and to cross-chain, actually, I strongly believe that the cross-chain is the future, because of course, there is always a preference for developers. So someone likes Rust, someone likes Solidity, someone likes Ethereum, another one likes Near. But in general, so if they find the fit between the proposals that they are doing and the customer needs, sooner or later they will need to grow, and there where we'll be standing actually. And the architecture of OctusBridge allows to deploy the bridge in a new EVM network within a day. But there's absolutely no reason for us to do this until we fully cover all those networks that are already in place.
No more?
No more?
When will you integrate? Oh, when will you integrate NFTs to your EverWallet?
It's currently in progress, so within a couple of months, I think. So actually, this is something what MetaMask did. So, and a lot of our customers were asking us to add display of NFTs, but the main reason why it took so long here is because EverWallet now is an infrastructure product, actually. So it's not a customer product as this, and we need to think a bit far beyond of what will be going on and how the EverWallet will be evolving, actually. And NFT displaying is just one of the features that constantly added to the EverWallet. So also we have the network scanner called Everscan, so everscan.io. It will also contain the possibility of viewing NFTs, and not only pictures contained in NFTs, but as I said, so all the other stuff like metaverse regions, inventory, I don't know what else. So a lot of stuff so that will be added.
Another question. Sorry, I'm new to Everscale.
Don't be sorry.
Yeah. No, welcome, Daniel. What is the benefit for me to become a relayer?
Relayer is okay. So on Everscale, so you have validators. So validator gets the reward for validating the network, obviously. So it's something like gives you annualized something like 11% or so. And for OctusBridge, so we also have those validators called relayers. So actually relayers, and it's very important to look into the tokenomics of the bridge. In this case, so relayers get the half of all the rewards that bridge has generated. And as the relayer number is limited, so you can imagine that they're making much more money than the regular stakeholder. Although you can use your bridge tokens to stake on the bridge to get a part of reward. But to be a relayer, it's quite expensive. So it's 100,000 bridge tokens, which is something like half a million dollars nowadays. And that's why we are carefully selecting relayers that will add not only money but also the value and the reputation to the bridge itself. That's why we are constantly in a discussion with big liquidity providers, with big and noticeable market players, who will be happy to see on the relayer list. But also relayer is a great responsibility, and you really need to take to make sure that you have the due hardware to run the relayer and a good internet connection. So for you, for a relayer, so it's of course not only about being money generating stream, but it's also about the reputation. So because we position bridge as a really secure cross-chain transfer tool.
Everscale is cool, but still not well-known blockchain. So how do you plan to get more exposure?
Actually, that's what I said. So we have started the first massive marketing campaigns in Asia somewhat end of next year. So it's only a few months have passed, but we already see a lot of gaining from that region, a lot of growth in the community. And in Asian region, so we focus now on South Korea and Indonesia, but we have in plans additional marketing campaigns in Japan and Malaysia, and also planning to expand furthermore across the world. So now we are testing a lot of different hypotheses. The product fit, so try to look into the messages that are really appealing to people, especially nowadays during the crypto winter when everyone is down, so everybody's sad. So we need to somehow find these right words for people.
Next question. What are cross-chain oracles?
Cross-chain oracles is a concept that we are currently developing. So it's in R&D stage. Actually, what Bridge does, so it actually listens all the networks that it's connected to, and this way relayer nodes can also operate like oracles, because you can subscribe to certain data that you need to transfer to get from different chains, and this way Bridge serves as the ultimate decentralized oracle. But as we clearly understand how much responsibility it will put on us, we first want to carefully look into how everything works, for example, in Chainlink, in all other oracles, and propose a system that will deliver the reliable on-chain data for the needs not only of users but also for the apps and different smart contracts applications. And this is not an easy task, but it's prioritized on our roadmap. So I hope that we will see some kind of MVP this year.
Are there any more questions?
Just a second. I don't know. Should we ask that?
Someone has asked Vlad if you could give us an update on any roadmap achievements.
Yeah, actually, really, not long ago. So we have released one of the biggest updates for the bridge recently. It's called the merge, and what it does. So it's works in conjunction with universal bridge technology. So universal bridge lets you transfer any token to any other network. For example, if you have a token on, I don't know, on Avalanche, and you need to get it on BNB. So you can already now transfer it without any limitation, meaning that we support all tokens. But you will get the robbed token with the prefix OCT for Octus in the target network. And just imagine if you have your own tokens already on different networks, and you want them to easily convert to one another. So that's where the merge technology comes in play. So it allows you to indicate the specific tokens in different networks that are basically the same. So for example, if you have Tether on Ethereum and on Solana, so this is pretty much the same Tether. Yeah, so just, of course, there are some peculiarities, but basically this is the same entity issuing it, and you want to indicate that it is the same token. And in this case, it works a bit differently. So for universal bridge tokens, so how it works, you actually have the one input stream, so with your tokens that are put on the vault in one network, and then it is the bridge who controls the emission of these derivatives tokens on the other network. But for the merged tokens, so actually there is a new configuration added that indicates the link between tokens, and now you will be able to withdraw tokens on the target network only if they are contained in that vault at the end of the line. And this technology is really interesting and cool because it will allow projects actually to control the emission from one place. For example, if you have some DAO deployed in any other network, so that is controlling the token, so you can issue enough tokens and rebalance them between networks. There is a new feature coming soon, so we have quite a lot of updates coming with the prominent Solana integration. If we get on time, so we will also add the possibility to universal smart calls transferred between any other chain. So meaning that you can call on one DApp in one chain, the smart contract in totally another chain. So it creates such a tremendous amount of opportunities for you. I'm not sure if it will release in this specific release, but it will definitely come. And of course, we are constantly working on improving the security. So, and there are quite a lot of improvements that are not, well, interesting for common user, but they sound really important for developers. So we have also recently added a whole bunch of documentation about the OctusBridge to make it easier to integrate with. Okay, so enough for OctusBridge. For the FlatQube, for example, we have recently added the stable curve to our DEX, meaning that you can now deploy a pool, a liquidity pool, with a curve pretty similar to what Curve project does. So meaning that you can swap stable coins with a really low slippage, almost zero, and it was something that was so badly needed on the Everscale. And now we are working also on the 3 pools meaning that you can have liquidity pools with multiple tokens. Yeah, so quite a lot is going on. Just keep subscribed to our social media.
Yeah. I think that's all the questions we've got so far.
Okay, guys, maybe you have some questions here in the audience offline. Don't be shy, please. Okay, in this case, so I propose to make another break now, just to have some snacks. So, and after that, so maybe let's, in half an hour, so we will have the start of our technical presentations. So Alex from ITGold so will tell about the solidity on Everscale. So it's quite interesting topic, and there is a number of contributors on Everscale who have wrote an excellent guide of how Ethereum developer can easily hop on to Everscale, and also another presentation that is coming by Sergey Potekhin, who is our lead blockchain developer. Is about how OctusBridge really works and how you can integrate with it and how you can benefit from it. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, at 3 p.m. so we will have some burgers. We are moving further, so we have Alex.
Okay, hello. Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Alexander. I am member of ITGold team. I'm happy to be here. I am happy to be a part of mentors team. So, what we talk about? We talk about Everscale. It's a fast, scalable, it's very good network, and it's very young network. And we will talk about developer experience in Everscale. We talk about most important points for developing smart contract or for how to interact with Everscale when you build off-chain application or web-like application. So, if you word about Everscale development, maybe you listen everyone is a file. Yes, it's a Unix way. In Everscale, we have own way. It's everything is smart contract. What this means? You can send tokens in Everscale without smart contracts. You need to call smart contracts if you want to interact with Everscale network. Everscale present multi-threading and distributed programming features, which can help to be fast, secure, and scalability in one time. Everscale asynchronic network. 20 years ago, most big part of program was synchronic leaks. What this means? All program was executed step by step, and computers idle while response. So, but in this time, currently, all program is multi-thread. I think multi-threading is a future for blockchain, and for Everscale, it's already done. Everscale have dynamic sharding. It means we increase shard count if we have a load network, and merge it back if it's done. So, next feature is Everscale, it's paid storage. 2 years ago, I have a big problem in community. It's about blockchain size. Yeah, in this time, full node of Ethereum, I think it's 2 terabytes, and Binance Smart Chain more. How to Everscale? How to Everscale thing to not so big? To be not so big. It's paid storage. Everscale smart contracts pay a rent to network for this size. It means all. It means no. For example, if I want to create tokens, mem tokens, maybe mem coin, and send to 1,000 or many addresses, I pay only network fee. In Everscale, I pay not only network fee, I paid storage fee. It can help to future be smaller. And it's very, very important part of Everscale. We need to have tokens on all smart contracts in network. So in Everscale has proof of stake validation. I think many current, many news network have proof of stake validation. Ethereum will have proof of stake validation. It's not now, but it's not news. But all you need to know, if we have proof of stake validation, we don't need to wait several blocks for finalized state. If we see blocks, it means state already finalized. So, about smart contract. Everything is smart contract. It means we can ask addresses in Everscale from Explorer and take a state. It can be non-exist state. It means this account or addresses it's the same, not used and not have balance, not have not have smart contract to deploy it. We can have an init state. It means somebody, maybe you, sent several evers to these addresses, but not deployed contract to these addresses. Or maybe this address was frozen and destroyed. So frozen. It's about paid storage. If we deploy a smart contract and don't pay fee, yes, and if this contract will be frozen. Frozen contract stored 2 years, as I know, but Everscale is new network, and I know only several cases when smart contract was frozen. We can unfrozen contract. We have this procedure, but it's don't use it often. So an active smart contract is smart contract that we can execute right now. So what about asynchronic nature of Everscale? It's a big part and most important part for developers. So let's see diagram, but I see mistake in diagram, but okay. So first part of execution smart contract is message. Message at its job. What we need to do in blockchain, what we can to change. It's message. We create messages and send to blockchain. It's external in message. All interact with the blockchain start with this message. Message create a transaction. It can be one transaction for external in message. So it's transactions. Transaction is execution of this message. For example, you want to send coins to another user, or you want to increment the counter. It's message and transaction. But when transaction executed, that can be create many different messages. It's not transaction, it's messages. It can be 0 messages or I don't know, hundreds messages. Messages, it's another job to another smart contracts. It's internal messages. Messages that created by transaction. So, and every message create own transaction, and own transaction can create another message. We have a graph. It's direct graph. We have a route and direction. And this graph can be bigger. For example, we tested chains that have 1 million points. It's very long chain. Execution of all of points was more than 1 day. It's so long, but it was mint 1 million of NFT by one messages. So what's the problem with this schema? First, difficult to calculate gas fee. We have a long chain. Every message can create another transactions. Every transaction need to pay it user ever, and it was a big chain. So we can't calculate how many evers you need to pay for full transactions, all transactions. Usually we use usually we take more evers that we needed, because we can prediction how many evers we can use. Maybe, I don't know, we need to use 2 evers for all chain. But user send 5 evers, and we return change when transaction chain is ended. So second problem, if we have a exception. For example, we create message, they create transactions, message, transactions, long way, and we have exception in the middle. I don't know. We have in gas, we have exception in smart contract. What need to do? We can special bounces messages that can create fullback transactions, but it's hard for development. We can use callback message. We can use many different actions for solutions this problem, but it's hard. Yes, asynchronous regime it's more difficult for development than synchronic development. When you when you deploy a smart contract, you need to think how it will be used and what you will be do if something wrong. So, and most most important, most often actions that you did, and when smart contract call another smart contract for read his statement variables. For example, yes, you need to check how many tokens have how many tokens on wallet, or who is owner of NFT. If you read this information on chain, you have a transaction to NFT, for example, or swap. Okay, you have transaction for NFT or swap pair for get a price, and you can get receive from swap pair asynchronous. If something changed in this time, because it's async mode, you need to think about it when you develop a smart contract. So, what about paid storage? As I say, smart contracts pay a storage fee. We can calculate how many storage fee we will pay 1 year, 2 year, or I don't know, on different period. But if storage fee not changed for network. So, and when we deploy a smart contract, every time we store part of Evers on smart contract addresses for storage fee, because storage fee is chargeable not directly, it's chargeable every time when smart contract executed. But good practice, if you don't use the smart contract, you will destroy it and take back Evers that stored on the smart contract. Okay, I think all you need to know is this time when you deploy a smart contract, you need to send few Evers, I don't know, 0.1 Evers or smaller to smart contract, and it can help to store this contract 1 year and more. For hackathon members, we sent I think how to calculate storage fee and proof of stake validation. Oh, I don't know what can I say more about proof of stake. I don't speak about proof of stake and proof of work was different. But best thing about proof of stake, it means for Everscale we produced blocks every second and faster sometimes. So it means every second when you take a block, you know that finalization already done. It means you can use this data for users if you buy something, or you take it when block is produced. So, and about sharding technology, 2 weeks ago, we have a minimum 16 shards in mainnet, and we down minimum shards to 2 weeks ago, and it network will faster after it. But if network have big load, maybe all of them want to do something in Everscale. We have active sharding technology. It means validators split load between by addresses, by mask, between together, and it can help us produce a block by 1 second, and it's very fast. So, okay, when we develop smart contract, we need to interact with smart contract from UI, UX, or something else. I don't know, maybe backend. It's maybe custodial, non-custodial services. First, you need to use Everscan or Everlife. It's blockchain explorers. It's different blockchain explorers. They show one blockchain, Everscale, but you can you can work with these explorers, use a different protocol. For Everscan, it's REST API. It's work fast and simple, and for Everlife, it's GraphQL. Use the GraphQL, you can take more information as a graph of data, but it's not needed often, and you can use products that you want. So, and for Everscan, we have a special path for token pairs, as I know, and another information about tokens. So, Everlife present information about blocks, transaction accounts, and other. But how to interact with blockchain? You need to get account data from blockchain, but you can't read account fields. Yes, from account is smart contract. You can read smart contracts fields, smart contract state from Everscan or Everlife. You can only read account state. For use account state, you need to use SDK. Yes, it's Ever SDK alien page provider, but I need to take back. Okay, what about data structure in Everscale? In the first case, you need to use the messages. Messages we have external messages. It's messages that produced user to smart contract from external world. We have internal messages. Messages is a job that one smart contract sent to another smart contract. It's interaction between smart contract. And we have external out messages. It's like a log in Ethereum. So external out messages produced smart contract, but we don't have destination. So when we use messages, so if you want to change something in Everscale, you create external in messages. You can read the internal messages, but usually it's not needed. I don't know. No, usually it's not needed. Accounts / wallets. Accounts, it's smart contract. You can, if you will read documentation, you can read accounts, you can read smart contracts. It's the same. All interaction with smart contract started usually from wallets. As I say, everything is smart contract. You can send Evers without Vault. And Vault is smart contract. And I think 90% of user Everscale have multi-sig wallet because it's a standard wallet for Everscale. And it's good because we can update wallet, user can update your own wallets for add the custodials, add the new case or change case. It's more security. No, but I think 90% of Vault have only one custodial. So if I want to interact with blockchain, I need to send message to Vault, and Vault proxying this message and send Vault and send Evers with payload to smart contract. Usually, this message, it's message to Vault user, and these transactions have Evers and have destination another smart contract. For example, you want to change your Evers to I don't know, to ERC, to tokens, for example. You send Evers, you send message to your Vault, and Vault proxying this message to swap contract. And Vault added some Evers, for example, 5 Evers, for gas fee, as gas fee, and take it back when transaction is finished. Okay, transactions. As I say, transactions is fact of executions of messages. All transactions has a message that produces this transaction and out message that created in transactions. It can be 0 messages, out messages, or I don't know, or many message outs. And blocks, all messages, transactions pack to blocks, and I think you don't work with blocks because it's not needed in the usual in scenario. Yes, if you not if you use SDK, it's hide for you. Okay, for smart contracts call, I think you need to install EverWallet. Yes, it's Broxus Vault. If you install it, generate seed phrase, take some Evers. If you want to develop in DevNet, you can write to mentors, and we send Evers for development to your wallet. In page provider, it's part of developing ecosystem. You can use it for developing for in your backend or front end, and if you use language, different language, maybe Java or I don't know, Rust or something else, you can use Ever SDK. We have binding for this SDK for many languages. Thanks. So, have a questions? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Guys, do you have any questions about smart contracts? So feel free to ask. Alex is a professional. He's also a developer.
Yeah.
Okay, take your time. So just
you might have covered it in your speech, but when
just a second.
When were asynchronous smart contracts first deployed? It was after the Ethereum network was released, or? So when were asynchronous smart contracts first developed?
Okay, if you want to develop smart contract, you need to how to deploy it, or
no, when was it like?
It's hard. It's of course it's harder than Ethereum development because it's we need to think about all execution, all smart contracts, all ways, all exceptions. It's more harder, but it's more interesting. It's like multi-threading development and synchronic development in I don't know, on Java, .NET, Python, and other languages, or Go. Yes, many currently languages already have asynchronous, like coroutine or something else. Everscale, it's asynchronic language from start. Yes, of course, you can write smart contract that will work synchronically and change only state of this smart contract. It will work as Ethereum. But if you create I don't know, product, big product, you need to use many smart contracts, check state. It's harder. Yes, it's harder.
And so was Everscale the first network to be asynchronous from the start?
It's the first. I say that Everscale is a good network for start developing in asynchronous mode because we have many tips and tricks how to create secure program. Yes, because if we create asynchronic, if we call smart contract inside blockchain, yes, we have big chain. We need to think how to make it secure. When transaction is finished, how to be it. Many questions we have when we program asynchronics, and many of them have already solution or samples in Everscale. For example, it's tip 4, tip 3. It's Everscale standards. If you will work with Everscale, you can read about the standards. They already have solution how to create ERC20 tokens, how to create NFT tokens in Everscale for scalable mode, for security mode, how to store it, how to change it. All of them, we have solutions for all of them.
And so does that give developers more flexibility with what they can do? Is that why Everscale, does that add to like the scalability of Everscale, that you can kind of adapt it to other needs, I guess?
What you need for adapter? Okay. Yeah, of course we have. I say another. Of course, you can. Okay, we have a big task. Okay, I have example. We have a big task. Yes. In Ethereum, we have in all other network and Everscale too, we have a gas limit for action. Yes, and this gas limit. It's not big because it's part of attack to network. Yes, DOS attack to network. And when we programming to Everscale in asynchronous regime, we have many small contracts. Small, it means they have, it's like developing in microsystem. You have many microsystems that interact together, that can send messages, ask the messages, that store your own data in her state. It's like microsystem. If you develop microsystem, it's the same, I think. I think it's true. It's the same. So in this case, already I say about mint 1 million NFT in Everscale when from one transaction. It was one in transaction, but it's create 1 million another transaction that executed in blockchain. And all of NFT have unique data. For example, you can do it in Ethereum.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you tell us some about future EVM workchain on Everscale? How will it be inside Everscale?
Okay, we tested workchains. We have two chains in Everscale now. It's Masterchain and workchain, but Masterchain not for users, because in Masterchain we have a big gas fee for all operations. It network for validations. Of course you can use it, but I don't think that it's need for you. And the workchain, it's workchain 0. It's our main workchain when we deploy all small contracts. In last summer, we have RASCAP. It's a special event in Everscale. With we up another network and have 10 workchains. All workchains can have another different rules for gas fee, for storage fee. This workchain can have another rules for virtual machine. For example, one workchain can have TVM, another workchain have EVM, and what you want. Yes, we can have up DriveChain for store data. For example, our way it's up another blockchain for store files. Yes, for NFT and I don't know, for everything. This blockchain was high value for execution, but low value for storage. In this time, maybe not this time, maybe next month, we will test that interaction between blockchains. For example, blockchain 0, blockchain 1. It's different blockchain. It can be different main token. I don't know, like it's scalability. We can multiply if you want for different cases.
Yeah, so basically, EVM workchain is just yet another workchain with its own set of rules. So it will have the set of rules similar to classic Ethereum, for example. So it's having the same virtual machine. But after the transactions and blocks are issued on this workchain, so the final state is written in the Masterchain. So it works pretty much like, well, Polkadot should work.
Yes.
So
Polkadot.
actually Everscale is the Polkadot, but the real one. And better.
We all waited, yes.
Okay.
No, but for example, in this time when you use a smart contract, we have addresses that have two parts. It's a workchain ID and address part. And when you program smart contract, you use 0 workchain at this time, but you can and you can set 1 or 2 workchain ID.
Okay.
Okay, this comes from a programmer that's not a blockchain programmer, but because we're using asynchronous computing here, is there a hazard for a double spending thing? And if that happens, how do the validators, how do they act when something like that happens? You know, because you have errors nonstop. Who actually pays that fee when something like that happens and it's been written on the blockchain already? How do we track back to that and actually make sure that everything is all right?
Okay, about double spending. Double spending attack, it's attack when we produce one message twice and user paid twice a gas fee or no, user sent twice, user execute twice one operation. For Everscale, if we talk about programming, yes, we have a pragma time. It means message that users sign will be executed only one time. So if we use this pragma, if we don't use the pragma, we have a problem. But
Yeah. I was asking because, you know, that would actually take time for validators and that would impact performance of the network, you know, so that because it has to be rechecked, or who will actually have to pay that fee, because fee is very cheap, but still, you know, if there is more than one, you would actually have to process it. Yeah.
okay, maybe I can. Okay, we have a RAM protocol. It's already tested on the Valde network, or will be tested in. It's already on in mainnet. Yes. All messages have unique ID and will be produced by logical time.
Okay, thank you. Good questions. Anything else, guys? Don't hesitate to ask. No, really. Come on, I see you want to ask something. Okay, so do we have some online questions? No? Okay, thank you, Alex. Excellent presentation. So guys, and again, so for those who are offline in the Belgrade and or online looking for the stream, don't hesitate to ask questions. Again, come to our Discord, so you see the QR code on the screen, and so there is also always someone who can help you to answer any question about Everscale and programming on it. Okay, so we in 5 minutes we will have our next speaker. So let's make a short coffee break and come back in 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, guys, we're ready to continue. So please take your seats. Those who are here offline, take your chairs, and those who are online, please get back to your monitor or cell phone. Now we will have Sergey Potekhin, who is the lead blockchain developer in Broxus. So he will tell us about the architecture of the OctusBridge and the way how you can integrate and benefit from it. Guys, can you put Sergey on screen, please? We see the presentation, but don't see Sergey.
Can we hear Sergey?
Sergey, say something.
Yes. 1, 2, 3. One,
okay,
two,
we
three.
hear you. Perfect.
Okay.
We hear you, but we don't see you for some reason.
I don't know
so
what to say.
on the live stream we see. Okay. So the floor is yours. Please enjoy.
Yes. Okay. So let's move on. Thank you, Vlad. Yeah, my name is Sergey. I'm the team lead in Broxus, even though I don't have this beautiful T-shirt. I'm gonna tell you a little technical information about the OctusBridge. My slides are called OctusBridge 101. So it's more even about the workshop than the lecture. I want to tell you about the OctusBridge architecture, about the smart contracts. So it's a technical talk, and my main goal is to explain OctusBridge to the developers, so you can use this as an infrastructure layer for building your own cross-chain application, which I think is amazing. This is the next big thing, maybe the current big thing. So I'll show you some examples also, like the production examples which we're using on a daily basis. Say a few words about our future plans. Yes, so don't hesitate to ask any questions. Please feel free to interrupt me if something is unclear for you. All right, so okay, let's move on. I hope you can see my slides. So in a few words, let me remind you what is OctusBridge. First of all, from the product point of view, this is a well-known, handy tool for transferring fungible tokens from one network to another, mostly from some EVM to the Everscale, but you can also use it for transferring from one EVM directly to another EVM. So there is a rich functionality. From the technical point of view, this thing, the OctusBridge, has nothing to do with the token transfers specifically. The protocol itself provides the both-way message transfers between Everscale and any other connected blockchain. Right now, we have connected the EVM compatible networks. There are plenty of them. For now, you can use Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, Polygon, Phantom, Avalanche, Milkameda, but there is no actually problem to build to connect non-EVM compatible blockchains such as Solana or Near, and I know that some of us are doing the research, and maybe you will hear some news about it in the closest future. So yeah, as I said, the OctusBridge is about transferring arbitrary messages from one network to another. It is maintained by the special actors, which are called relays. So if you're familiar with the Chainlink, for example, these are pretty much the same. These guys, these relays, are in charge for confirming the fact of the event. So they are re-elected, which is important for now every single week. Which is also important, it is decentralized and anyone can become a relay. All you need to do is to have a stake in the bridge tokens, and after that, all you need is to run some software, which is called Relay Node. It is open source. You can find it on the Broxus GitHub. So that's it. Here is the magic. Right now, we have the decentralized way to transfer arbitrary messages from one network to another. And what is personally my favorite thing about OctusBridge is that it is not about the token transfers or something. It is from the beginning, it was designed as an infrastructure layer. So literally anyone, any developer can connect to the OctusBridge and use its capabilities for its own decentralized application. Or, which is even more important, any developer can use the some SDK, which is already available to extend the current bridge functionality. For example, now the cross-chain fungible token transfers is implemented, but the NFT token transfers are not. Well, there is no problem for any developer to write just a few contracts on the Everscale Solidity, connect them to the bridge. I'll tell you how to do it a little bit later, and that's it. Now you have your own cross-chain functionality. So this is actually, as I said, my goal is to explain to you how to extend current functions and build your own cross-chain applications. So okay, let's move on. Also, a few more words about the cross-chain applications. Why should you even care about them? Well, not so long time ago, we had one network, Ethereum, of course, and all the users were using it. All the liquidity was concentrated on it. All the apps were launched only on Ethereum. Right now, the situation is different. There are plenty blockchains like EVM compatible, non-EVM compatible, Solana, Near, Cosmos hubs, I don't know, Polkadot, and so on. And the users and the funds are distributed around all of them. And for example, right now when you are launching the decentralized application, you should answer yourself a question, which network you should use. Right, let's say you want to launch your application on Ethereum, but you should keep in mind that it is, for example, expensive sometimes, but for example, it has the largest user base, but you also have different networks, let's say Binance Smart Chain, which is not so expensive, but way less secure. So, by using the technologies like an OctusBridge, you can launch your decentralized application in a way which allows you to, for example, connect users from any other blockchain. Actually, it's not even so important which blockchain you're using to launch your product, like as a home network. Users from any different network can use your app, for example, through the OctusBridge. Right, the most well-known examples is of course token transfers, which are already implemented and available as an open source and so on. You can also imagine NFT transfers, like cross-chain NFT transfers. Another good example is the cross-chain DAO. For example, in OctusBridge, we have the DAO, and you can create a proposal as usual, but which is interesting, you can specify not only the Everscale actions, because the Everscale is like a home network for the DAO. But you can also specify the, I don't know, Phantom action, Ethereum action, Binance Smart Chain action, all into a single proposal. And because DAO is itself connected to the OctusBridge, these actions, in case the proposal is accepted, this will be transferred to these EVM networks and executed in them. So for example, you can, I don't know, build the product with vaults in every single network and rule them all from the single point, which is amazing, I think. Another good example, also my favorite, is the reputation systems. For example, you can create the application, let's say in Ethereum or Everscale, which consumes via OctusBridge all the data about some actions in different networks. For example, you can consume the list of Uniswap trades for a specific address, or compound liquidations, or DAO votes, and so on. And by using this data, you can build a trustless, transparent, and provable, let's say, credit score, right? And for example, issue an NFT which says like the credit score is 7 out of 10 because of I don't know, bad liquidations history, and this NFT can be transferred to a different network by using this NFT cross-chain bridge. And this new NFT can be used for example, under collateralized loan, I don't know, in Polygon. So yeah, as you see, this is an amazing, this is extremely scalable. You can create as much applications as you want. You know, it's even hard to imagine every single case. Okay, so I think I have answered the questions. Why does it matter, right? So right now, let's move on to the technical details, the theory, which will help you to build your cross-chain applications with OctusBridge. So if you are familiar with the development, then it will be especially with asynchronous development, it will be easy for you to build the cross-chain applications, because the model itself is pretty close to the event callback model. I think it is well known for most of you. So basically, all you need is to specify the pair where the first element is the target event, and the second one is the callback, which should be executed in case the target event exists, was emitted, for example. So we can discuss on a high level the cross-chain token transfer, and basically this is just two event callback pairs where, for example, in case the deposit event occurred in the Polygon, like the user have deposited 10 USDT. Well, in this case, the callback will be mint 10 synthetic USDT in the Everscale, right? So that's it. And pretty much the same with the opposite direction. In case user has burned this 10 USDT, well, the callback in Polygon will be to release USDT from the vault. That's it. I think it's an extremely simple model, actually. So a few words about the terms. These event callback pairs are specified as a separate smart contract, so there is no like huge centralized configuration somewhere on a GitHub. All the configurations are just smart contracts on the Everscale network. You can deploy them yourself, like no problem. These configurations are also like a pretty standard smart contract, so they're already developed by us. You can just use them. Most likely you don't need to develop your own custom configuration contracts, so just feel free to use ours right out of the box. But one important thing, that's to avoid the potential DDoS attacks, you can't create as many configurations and expect relays to maintain them. For now, Bridge DAO needs to approve every single configuration, which basically says that, okay, relays, now you're responsible for maintaining this event callback pairs. Maybe we will get rid of it later, or maybe not. I'm not sure. Right now, it works this way. Okay, well, this was the basic theory. Right now we can move on separately to the EVM to Everscale pipeline, and after that I'll tell you about the Everscale to EVM pipeline, which is pretty much the same, but has a few important differences. Okay, let's move on. So as I said, we are talking about the event callback model, and every single target event, let's say from the Polygon, it should be represented as a separate smart contract, which is called event contract in our terms. This is extremely lightweight, simple and cheap smart contract. So someone should deploy it. Usually user deploys it for himself, and basically what does it mean? That event contract stores all the data about the target event, like the content of the event, I don't know, transaction hash, block hash, and stuff like that. So after the event contract is deployed, relays basically need to compare the exact event in the Polygon and the event representation in a form of event contract. And in case everything is fine, everything is the same, all the details, block hashes, and so on is the same, then relay just sends, every single relay sends the special confirmation message. Interesting thing that in Everscale, it is possible to implement the contract base itself model. That's why relays don't even have their wallets. They don't even have their Evers to spend on a gas. Event contracts base themselves for confirmations or rejects. Yeah, this is also like an amazing thing about the Everscale. And once some threshold is reached, then the callback is executed. So that's it. It is, it is that simple. As I said, we have the configuration contracts, and they're used as a factory for event contracts. That's it. Let's say in case of the regular token transfer cross-chain, the callback contract implements the mint functionality, and it sees the details from the event contract. It sees that, okay, the 10 USDT was locked on the Polygon, so it means that I should mint 10 USDT to this user. Like, that's it. I hope it's clear how to implement the EVM to Everscale pipelines. Also, I'll tell you about the Everscale to EVM pipelines, which means that it should be clear for you how to implement EVM to EVM pipelines. This is also an amazing thing. You can create the cross-chain applications, and your user don't need even to know about the Everscale. Like, he don't even need to have a wallet or something. You're just using these two pipelines, and now you're connecting to EVM networks. Amazing feature. So yeah, a few words about the Everscale to EVM pipeline. The only difference, everything is pretty much the same. The only difference is that relays don't send any messages to the EVM as they're doing by sending messages to the Everscale. This is, as you know, it may be pretty expensive because of the network fees, let's say in Ethereum. So what the relays are doing instead, they're storing some signature, which is made with their private key. They're putting the signature to the event contract on the Everscale side, and the public key of the relays are known on the Polygon, for example. There is a special smart contract which stores this public key, and you can ask it, let's say, who signed this payload? Was it a relay or not? So, and that's it. Since you have the signatures and you have the payload, you can send them to some, let's say, EVM Polygon vault, and the vault will check that these signatures were made by the actual relays, and if everything is correct, if the threshold is reached, and so on, well, then the vault will release the USDT to the user. So that's it. As you see, it is reliable and pretty cheap. I mean, from the economy point of view, there is no struggle for relays from sending regular transactions to the EVM networks. Okay, so I think we can move on from here. So yeah, let me just clarify once again the most common OctusBridge pipeline, the cross-chain token transfer. So as you see, it consists basically from two pipelines. One is Ethereum to Everscale, where user locks the vault, the USDT on the vault, which leads to the target event, and this target event leads to minting USDT, synthetic USDT on the Everscale, and burning this USDT leads to releasing them on the Ethereum vault. So, you know, that's it. I don't even know what to say, because it is extremely simple pipeline, and you can create your own, customize this one, and it will work just the same. So all the contracts also are open source, of course. We're using a GPL license. So the EVM vault contract is basically the fork of YEarn v2 vaults, which allows us to earn yields on the locked funds using strategies and so on. And you can also see the callback contract who is responsible for minting USDT tokens on the Everscale side. So that's it. You can imagine the same functionality with the, I don't know, NFT token transfer, or for example, transferring Oracle's events from the Ethereum, let's say Chainlink Oracle events, which will lead to creating the decentralized Oracle network on the Everscale, you know, without even Chainlink knowing about all this breach and Everscale and so on. So that's it. Okay, let me. But let me move on. A few more things. Like, as I said, configurations are already implemented. Just use them right out of the box. Event contracts are usually looks the same. They're all like standard. Only in case there are a few cases when you need a custom event contracts. Basically, when you need a data mutation inside them. But this is like complex and rare scenario. So most likely you don't need to implement this event contract yourself. And it means that basically all you need to implement is just one contract, which is responsible for the callback logic on Everscale, and one contract which is responsible for callback logic on the EVM side. So yeah, that's it. All these contracts have the standard interface. You can see for details in our repos. I think it is like not a complex task to implement these contracts. Yes, so that's it. This is a pretty small workshop. I hope I was clear. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Sergey. Do you have any questions, guys? Okay, we have one online question probably, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So Team Rubicon asks, Sergey, if you had to single out the key advantage of OctusBridge over other bridges, what would you single out first?
I would say that the key advantages as the design, which is not about the specific action like token transfer or anything else, but the design is about the infrastructure layer. Literally anyone can implement any cross-chain logic by using OctusBridge. So this is, as simple as implementing, I don't know, Solidity DeFi application. So there is no bottleneck, no complex questions. All you need is just to develop few contracts, connect them to the OctusBridge, and you're ready to go. Your cross-chain decentralized application is done. I think it's amazing.
Nice. I have a question. I think in the last update to the bridge that was announced, we said that we're adding timestamps on for relayers, and that this was going to pave the way for Chainlink oracles to be integrated into the OctusBridge. What's the big benefit of adding timestamps, and then what benefit would Chainlink oracles bring to the bridge?
Yeah, let me answer separately for these two questions. First of all, about the bridge update. For now, when you're transferring the event to the, let's say, Everscale, right? We're passing a lot of data, but we're not passing the exact timestamp of the event. And for example, most likely you don't need this. Let's say in case of the token transactions, you don't care when the deposit was made, right? It can be made 1 hour ago or 2 months ago. Well, it still means that you need to mint 10 USDT to the user. In case of the Oracle network, it matters because you have to know, when this price was submitted to the network. You have to build, sequence of these dots, right? You have to know that, okay, this price was before that price. And to do this, you need to understand the timestamp of every single point. So that's why we need to add them. Otherwise, we can't create this robust Oracle network. So I hope I answered your question. And the second one about the cross-chain Oracle network itself, I think this is an amazing feature. We definitely needs for it in the Everscale ecosystem. All well-known DeFi applications such as, I don't know, Compound, Maker, every other relies on the Oracle networks because it's insecure to rely on the on-chain price feeds such as, I don't know, Uniswap. Of course, you can use time-weighted average price, but anyway, there are cases when you need the Oracle network, and we will also need it on the Everscale to build every type of the financial applications. So we can build our own Chainlink, we can build the architecture and stuff and develop all of this, but I think it's just an amazing feature that we don't even need to do this since we have the arbitrary message channel. We can just consume the Chainlink data, pass them to the Everscale, and here it is. Without any complex development, we have our own decentralized and secure Oracle network. So I think it's inevitable, right, to build the complex DeFi applications.
Thank you. Great.
Anybody else have a question?
Thank you, guys. Any other question about how OctusBridge works, or maybe how you can integrate with it? Nobody wants this. Okay, thank you, Sergey. So, okay, guys, let's have in this case a short break, 5 minutes. So we are finishing the presentation of our tracks for tomorrow, and please don't go too far away. So just in a few minutes, so we will present the tracks and examples of tasks that we expect from you on the hackathon. Of course, those tasks are not closed list. In fact, you can invent your own task and what you believe is the most important. We just want to inspire you about how it will be, what will be useful. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, guys, thank you for your patience. We just need a couple more minutes to finalize all the examples and get all the mentors online. We want to introduce them to you. So meanwhile, so I just want to maybe say a few words about the organization part. So tomorrow we start at 10 a.m. Belgrade time. So in this very room, so we will organize the working places. So please come with your laptops. Just to start programming for those who are remote. So of course you can also come. Actually, two of our mentors are already here. So one you know already, Alexander from ITGold. Another one is Alexander Hamsov, who is also lead blockchain developer from Broxus. Also we have two people who are connecting now. So they will also guide you. Plus, I want to remind you that we have an excellent chat on Discord, and we have the whole our team there. So if in case you have any question, anything you want to ask about integration with Bridge, about Everscale, about how to write smart contracts, any question you face, so you can always ask it there. So just add to the Discord server, so you had the QR code link back there, and also ping our moderators to give you the role, just to add you to the hackathon chat. So see you in 2 minutes. So with the tasks. Thank you. All right, so we're in place finally. Okay, so I will say a few introductory words about the hackathon tracks. So what we are you're going to do tomorrow. We have decided this time that we would like to focus on 3 tracks. One of the tracks is focused on the tooling or developing for developers, letting other developers easily create the products based on Everscale and OctusBridge technologies. The second track is named Cross-Chain Excellence, so meaning that we will be judging how interesting is the idea behind this cross-chain applications that you will develop. So the more creative you are, so the more unusual cases you will think, so the better. So we will not judge here for interface part. So it can be a console program or purely smart contracts that you can just call. And we have the third track named UI UX perfection. This is pretty much the same as cross-chain excellence, but here we will be more focused on the visual part of your application using the OctusBridge technology. So it can be some game, something. So actually, guys have prepared for you some ideas of applications that you can develop. So now I'm giving the floor to Alexander. So he will now present what they have generated.
This one. Okay, for first track development for developers, we write, for example, these tasks. First is simple factory for creating, which allow to create your own DAO. So second is some SDK bindings for Nicoton library. For example, you can create bindings for Python or Go. Next is SDK for OctusBridge or FlatQube, whatever you want, and some maybe it can be some examples for using OctusBridge or FlatQube for external solutions. Next is for UI UX perfection track, and our example is widget constructor, which allow to specify what type of tokens you want to receive in Everscale, and from which networks, and configure some rules, and it must generate some JavaScript code which you can include into your application. So last track is cross-chain excellence track, and for example, you can create some cross-chain swap. So you can swap tokens in you can send transactions from MetaMask, and swap will be performed into on FlatQube, and you receive tokens in EVM network. For example, second task is similar, but okay. So we have hidden bridge technology included in the OctusBridge. It allows to swap. It allows to receive Evers when you send different tokens from other networks. It will automatically swaps to Evers, and second task is creating smart contract which perform a swap to a special token on Everscale when you send tokens from across the bridge to this contract. So that's all.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. So these are just examples of what you can do with our technologies. So in case you think about some idea that you have on your mind, so or maybe you have several ideas that you want to develop, but you don't know which one to choose, so don't hesitate to contact anyone from our team, so and consult. So we will advise so what looks more promising. We also have decided to prolong the team formation until end of the day. So because some of people has asked to add some of their colleagues as well. You have time until end of the day to form the team. So let's appoint it like midnight Belgrade time today. And so tomorrow 10 a.m. again here in the same place. So we are waiting for you to start officially the hackathon. If you have any questions, so please raise your hands. Or maybe there are some online questions.
Just checking. No, right now no questions.
Okay, no more questions. Okay, thank you for your patience, guys. I'm really glad to see you here. So, and all the ones that are online with us today. So, I wish you a good luck and definitely the victory tomorrow. Please come, enjoy, get fun. So, and join our growing Everscale and OctusBridge family. Thank you so much.
Thank you.